Good morning. How's everyone doing? Where's bullish? No, it's just that shock from like geopolitical events is usually very short-lived. In a world where everyone's wearing clown shoes, the clown centaur is king. Sold some Apple bull puts, 195, 192.50. Okay, nice. World War II literally ended the Great Depression. SPX to 8,000. Dork red t-shirt. It's Yeah, it's red. Someone finally called you out on an actual red shirt. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to deny that it's a red shirt. Up on subscription tiers or something. Okay. Hey, Dad, I'm back. Oh, finally. Woo! I woke up in cowboy boots and no pants on. Wait, when you got home? Or in Texas? Today? Oh, shit. It's just a thing now, I guess? I guess so. That's how you go to bed there? I think they say yeehaw. If geopolitical shock happened on the weekend, it didn't happen. I think most of the market's positive reaction was to the idea that the US wasn't immediately getting involved in the war. But the long run effects of having oil over 72 a barrel will become apparent very quickly. Is today going to be as boring as Trump's parade? That was funny. I have a Fooders account. How do I get long oil position? There's like oil ETFs, like a bunch of them. I think USO and what's the leveraged one? Hold on, I gotta find the name of the. There's like a 2x. A 3x oil fund. There's 3 oil, which is crude oil 3x daily leveraged. Um, then there's 3 BRL, which is 3x daily Brent. There's oil K. There's XLE and VDE, which are like oil sector ETFs or energy sector ETFs. So those are all those are a few. Hey Jen, I'm convinced that Oxy's a big piece of shit. Why is that? Hmm. Are we going long oil be kind of chasey right now? It is a bit, yeah. You're still gonna add put call ratio or percent indicator? Something like that, yeah. I found out Costco only takes Visa credit cards over the weekend, and that made me mad, and now I want to buy pets. Yep, no Amex at Costco. I think they take MasterCard also. That's Visa MasterCard. When 4,800? We're a long way away from 4,800. Really? They don't take MasterCard either? Oh, they take MasterCard debit cards? Huh. Just get the fucking Amex or the Costco, yeah, the Costco credit card. Mongo Man's got the right idea. You get 4% cash back. Ooh. Spicy bump. Uh, News there? EU trade chief Sekovic to meet U.S. Trade Representative Greer at G7 to talk trade and tariffs. Trump and Starmer have a meeting at G7 today. Yeah, so far no hits on oil export infrastructure, but if um if any of Iran's export infrastructure for crude does get hit, you can expect oil to go right the fuck back up again. There's two important things with Iran. I think they produce like 3 to 4% of the world's total oil supply. But more importantly, they hold like between 9 and 11% of the world's total reserves. When end phase to 50. Hmm. I don't know. It's back up above 45, which is cool. It's a bounce off the trend. Definitely need to see a breakout to a new high there. So fell back, retested the trend. Looks like it got a bounce here on the 1 hour. But if that holds out and it pushes up above like 47, could start to push out higher. Probably need to. Oop, that's a nice rip. There's not much stopping SPX up here. There's a little. There's a little bit of weird delta, but I'm sure that's been supplanted. Yeah. So we could probably push out to 650 given enough time and no negative news. However, what happens when we test that? I don't know. It could reject pretty sharply. They rolled futures on TradingView, right? I'm just losing my fucking mind. Oh, there is news? Iran signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel. Oh shit. That was quick. Yeah, Carvana's dropping like a rock. Yes, September contracts 60, 90, 97. The June contract's 60, 43. So, I mean, on TradingView, the contract got rolled over. So ES is not up like 200 fucking points or whatever. 100, but not 200. Nice animal. Congrats, Maeve. We still have a little bit more room to the upside to fill the gap from Thursday close, which is at 60, 45, 43 is where that closes. So we're still a bit short of that. We are well above the expected move here for the day. Iran signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel. Wall Street Journal citing sources. Iran stated privately it will resume nuclear talks if the U.S. stays out of the fight, citing officials. Also, Wall Street Journal. Um, 42 test. Let me take a look at positioning here. Let's see if we're going to get that push out to 50 or not. We've about run out of bot calls to the upside, leaving the rest back at like 60-30. There's a few bot calls at 45 and then out at 60, 65. Those are still very small. Some profit taking at spot, and then on the 50 and 55 contracts, there's some puts coming in at 35-30. Some of the short puts on the downside are getting bought back. 60-10, 6,000, 59.90. So maybe starting to see some of the out of the money gammas falling negative. Some bot puts coming in at 45. GVN reached 37, but none of the sold 35, 37p closed. That kind of makes sense. And short puts and long calls been great so far. Yep. I still think we stay at least fairly well supported by the positioning, if nothing else, until like middle of this week. The Bulls sold the fuck out of the drop on Friday. I'm contending this entire week smeared against VN again. Well, we're not quite there yet. The technical side of things is starting to look not so bullish, regardless of the news. Like we do still have this gap to fill to the upside, but then pushing out above 45, I don't know. Rate cut expectations for September kind of drifted down a bit. Hmm. Jesus, skew went wild on Friday. Correlation's turning around pretty sharply today. Hmm. Dollar's down to 97.75. Hmm. Well, I need to adjust. I don't know how spicy the 20 year is going to be. I guess it could be. 10 years back down to like almost 4.4 after last week. Uh, Gotta adjust my futures contracts to the spread. That's on Microsoft. It's going straight up for 2 months now. Do you wanna short it? It's pretty close to Gamma Max again. Uh, Total delta on it's starting to level off. Maybe post OPEX, it'll get some pullback. Right now, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot stopping it from getting out to like 490. And there's delta to the upside all the way out to like 500. IV's a little bit elevated on the 30, on the 10. 60 day. Those are still cheap. 60-day HV is starting to come down, which could open up some more range. Like 487, 490, I think is possible in the short term. What's up with AMD? Well, AMD had a whole bunch of bullish news last week. Looks like it caught support at the 115 level. It's pushing back up. Still not back above like 125. But hell of a bounce. What? Potato? How could you? Poor now? What did you do? How do we get you rich again? We talked about it in one of the end of days. Yeah, extensively. No, that's not the answer, Havercraft. Got in around 116. Nice. I got in around like 118. But close. Any pickles picks this week? There probably will be. For pigeon whales. I'll be sure to misplay it. I know you will. I've decided to divide up equity picks between pigeon whales and billionaires. I'm gonna give pigeon whales the dirty, degenerate shit. That's bullshit. Because you want them to lose all their money. It's going to create balance, right? If I give Pigeon Wells dirty degenerate plays, and I give Billionaires risk limited shit, then the Pigeon Whales will become Billionaires. And the Billionaires will become Pigeon Whales, and thus the cycle will be born. Or the Pigeon Whales will just become more rich. Challenge accepted. 2% day today? Gotta run out of delta at 50. Oh fuck, they stopped out my call leg. I got my call leg stopped out like 20 minutes ago. So lucky you. Trickle down economics? No, it's trickle up. What happened with the put you bought before you left on Friday? It printed into the end of the day, but I didn't close it. So it just cash settled out at like not that much money. Yeah, I made some money on it. Could have been worse. I think like an hour before close, it was way higher though. Like the contract hit like 12 or something, but I was fucking in a car. I was like, yeah, I'll just leave it. Did you do a Range Rover or a Hummer EV? Neither one. What is it? Why do you need those cars, Rims? Get something classy. Break the stereotypes. Get like a hold on, I'm thinking. Get a Volvo. No, because then your car will match your shoe choice. Is Rims and Tim's a dentist? Listen, you either need an F450 King Ranch or a Volvo. Those are the only two cars that you could drive with Sperry's. $650s are in? Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. Get out. Get a fucking Cummings diesel and then tow around an espresso, like a high-end espresso machine on a tiny cart. But don't sell people espressos, just make them for yourself. Gaps filled. Yep. Gaps filled from Friday. Where does hibachi food fall in the cubed rule of food? And why are you always hungry again, like an hour later? I don't know, Simo. Is it because I don't? Why would you be hungry? It's like steak. It's very filling. Oil's cheaper than before they blew up all those production facilities. Makes sense. I always get shrimp. Just shrimp? Or like shrimp and steak. There's not really a lot of like hibachi places left in New York City. I think there's like a Benihana somewhere, but most of the places are like more izakaya style, where it's just like skewers and they're grilled. And you eat like 10 of those fucking things, you have a meat hangover for a week. Yeah, it shouldn't be super bland. Teppanyaki. Yeah. Why would I go to Maryland? Um, there's a hibachi food truck kind of near me. It's awesome. There was actually this like hibachi, like it was like Chipotle, but for hibachi that was in Orange County when I used to live there. I think they went out of business, but holy shit, was their food super good. It was right over by like the Orange County airport. I got cheated on. I'm starting steroids in 2 days when the package comes through. Okay, that's all right. You think it was that was the reason? If you start steroids, won't your package never come through? I'm sorry you got cheated on, man. That sucks. So you don't be offended, but I assume you're going after men now. Was the girl who cheated on you like, your balls are just too big, and now you want them to be tiny? Just trying to take the gym to the next level since I got time. All right. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you how to cope. I hope you get swole as fuck, Sahib. What's up, Cobra? BT looking for uppies soon. I might start selling CCs for some pennies. Mm, I mean, BT has been kind of hung up on like all that big sold put positioning between like 13 and 15. I will say that if anything substantial changes with like the Chinese trade agreements, that could have some outsized effect on it. I'm not really sure cover calls are worth any money there. I haven't said to anyone yet, so it's good to get off my chest. Yeah, yeah. His heart's gonna get swole as fuck. He'll just have more heart to love with, you know? Can you speak towards why Elon named an AI after you? No, I don't want to talk about that. I overstraddled Short Friday a bit. I'm so good at this now, it's like it never happened. Hashtag risk management. Nice. Spreads up here seem decent from lack of delta above 50, or is that dumb? No, that's a pretty intelligent take, I think. I gotta work on that fucking futures account. Hmm. Oh, 60. What was the prior high here? It was 60.59.40. We have VN at 60.56. VN on the monthly contract should be a little bit more resistance than previously, since we're so close to the expiration. I don't think Discord's working. It looks like it's working. How much is it to start a futures account? Like the whatever the minimum intraday margin is, I think. Like, you have to have enough to trade one contract. Although I would probably want to have more than that in there. You okay? So you couldn't hear me on Discord before, but you can now. No, still can't. Typo. Huh. Is anybody else in the Discord having a problem with the audio? Looks like it's picking up the signal fine. Could be you, could be your output. Huh. 3 people with no Discord audio. Says it's working. Could be like that regional shit. Discord isn't working. Alright, let me restart the stage. No. A little bit of profit taking here. I don't think we left any gaps to the downside, though. Ball's still turning up a bit. I don't see a gap at 42. There's still some bot calls at 50, but bot puts coming in. Some of the 45, 40, 35 bot calls are starting to take profit. 30 and 20 already did. There's sold puts at 40, sold puts at 20. So those are the two more like significant downside resistance levels. Little bounce. Making like a little head and shoulders here. Hmm. Hmm. Still some bot calls at 50 and 55. Bot puts still at 60, 50. I don't like that that broke up a little bit. Still any calls yet? No, but I would on a higher test. Or maybe above VN. Mm. Trump's supposed to be meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister in like 14 minutes. Iran's Revolutionary Guard call on Tel Aviv residents to evacuate as soon as possible. U.S. military moves refueling tankers to Europe. UK Starmer says we're in the final stages of implementing a trade deal with the U.S. They expect it to be completed soon. I'll discuss the trade deal with Trump today. On the Middle East, I believe there's a consensus on de-escalation at the G7 summit. China's nuclear arsenal grows 20% year over year, sparking fears of new arms race. Ooh. A bit of weakness here. Spite is a great motivator. But the rocket fuel has a good chance to be water. Middle-aged man does 3 push-ups to impress his wife. Wait, that wasn't news. Just my goals for the week. That's beautiful. ES is slipping the trend on the 5 minute, starting to. So we might get that failure at like 44.30 here, which opens up a retest at 40 or 36, 34. Could technically, I guess, get all the way back to the delta flip if there's some momentum. Still a lot of bot calls. Carl is without a doubt the smartest and sexiest ginger in the pickle jar. And Jay Fresh wishes he was as cool and handsome as Carl. Is Jay Fresh on a date with your wife again? Sup, SG. Fixie getting kind of important again to your time frame. Yeah, it probably is. Shut up, Kirk. I need this. Yes, he is. Oh my god, stop catching the knife. Vol gets kind of fun under 45. I guess it's green message time. It does seem that way. Thank you, Frosted Flakes. Yeah, like the stream. What are you guys doing? Let's fill the overnight gap. Excessive. I'll catch whatever knives I want. You're not the boss of me. Well, I wasn't trying to be grim to you. Will there ever be a pickle jar convention? Let's go full cult. Uh, hate all of those things. Public? I think April broke the market. Like a little bit. It'd be really interesting if we actually lose 44 here to Mm, triple support. I see what you're doing, Cobra, and I'm gonna block your IP. Nuke, I'm gonna send you Cobra's email. We just need to block his account on beta. And then if he tries to sign up, can we just prompt him to pay for the full year at the standard rate? U.S. State Department does not recommend travel to Iran. That's been true for like 3 decades. It'll just be super awkward. Yeah. Remember when Plute had that meetup in the aircraft hangar and he gave everyone bottled water? Like that. Have you ever been recognized in public? Twice that I know of, and it was weird. Okay, yes, made a little bit of a local low here. 嗯 I think we might push up again a little bit. Maybe retest the failed trend. Ugh. This price action's fucking disgusting. One second. All right. That's kind of a weak bounce. Are these two people still with us? I don't know. People are the worst. Just let the man walk his cat in peace. If I saw you, would you sign my back? I'll get it tattooed. Sure. We can all meet in secret at the furry con to save face. The password is Ray Daly. That's surprisingly fitting. There's a nice little dump. Well, we got under 44. Hmm. Mm, yeah, still a decent number of bot calls at 40 here. Tricky. I'm doing it, guys. Holy shit, this is so boring. How do I make it fun? Throw confetti every time you sell to open. 100% is boring. It's like a fucking, the account's only like 400 bucks. I can only trade like 2 MES contracts max. Is Japan gonna hike tonight? No idea. They've stated multiple times that they would like to. You know, it'd be fun. You're trading with my account. Problem solved. I've done like 40 minutes of work for $80. You sell puts or calls? No. The video went vertical. Huh. Trade deals. I did 2 hours of work for negative $16. That's $100 in an hour. I don't know how long you've been here, Rims, but that's not great. Mm. careful of a bounce on the back end of distribution here. NQ looks significantly more bullish than ES. Still hasn't tested upside resistance at 22, 222. Hmm. There's still a shitload of bot calls at 60-50. Some of the 35s closing out, but 40 is still supportive. 50 still has bot calls. 45 is a little tricky though. Oh shit. 1 second. All right. The bulls are still pressuring the upside here a little bit. Upside positioning doesn't look better though. Still like 60-50, but maybe a retest. And then we can maybe distribute out a little further after that. Okay, I'm up to 120 in 50 minutes now. Ugh. It's so fucking slow. Ball's still coming down. Oh. Oh, you bitch. Slightly higher. NQ tested. 522. $22, $125. Does it? Okay. Still bot calls at 50, some at 55. Resistance above 55, it's out to 60. I haven't had an angry day in a long time. Could this be one of those since we're so far past the expected move? Possibly, yeah. Some weakness on this. Profit taking on NQ, which was driving most of the residual upside here. Awesome. It's going to keep dumping, right? Retest at 40. It's a lower low on SPX. Oh, the bounce on distribution sucked, so maybe that's a good sign that the 50 calls are starting to collapse. Any news? Still an hour and a half from the... Iran is ready to deliver major blow to Israel, semi-official mayor. Trump and Germany's Chancellor Merz going to meet this morning at G7. We got the 3 and 6 month auctions in 2 minutes. Just under 40 again. 36 and 34 downside supports. 36.66, 34.50. It's fucking boring. We do break through here. We have a decent move to the downside, though. Next kind of supportive levels, like 25.20. Just like back here. If the taxable passes as is, that would be pretty bearish, right? Long term for deficits. And then probably in the near term, not until the Treasury starts refunding. Could lead to more downgrades. Joey Chestnut's returning this year's hot dog eating competition on July 4th. SPX 7000. Retest at 42 failed, which is a good sign. Just need a new low. I wonder if we dump fast and then right into like a big pile of sold puts. VIX is still pretty high. Like the at the money contracts are, yeah, like a test of 30 or 25 definitely lead to a lot of put selling. There we go. ES new low, but not NQ yet. Hmm. Retest at 42. There's a little rejection. Hmm. The breakout failed. Back on trend. Little megaphone there. I want to go on the big boy slide. We'll see. It's not going to distribute out quickly. Megaphones always break up when I have a put. They're like slightly bullish in positive gamma environments. So it's probably why. Huh? Those bot calls at 50 still haven't given up. I do kind of worry that if we drop back to 30, sold calls at 40 and 45 are going to close, which would snap us right back up again. If we could even test that low. Maybe. God, so little range. Yeah. Lie to me, Gherkin. Tell me we drop. Stops are for the week. I'd like to see one. I don't think it'll be very long lived, but there's still a little bit of room for one to happen. I think it needs to be driven by NQ, which has not yet made a new low, although might be getting ready to make one here. And Q needs to get below 22 180. Mm. Hmm. Is every $20 on NQ support resistance? No, not exactly. There's just local support at 22 180. This is the second breakout of consolidation. Calls are getting sold off on the upside a bit. Ooh, somebody just bought a shitload of 6075 calls. Huh. The 50, 60, and 65 are closing. Still in that megaphone. Broadening wedge. The downside of that with a target at like 36 or 34. You consider a tap of 50 enough to say we tested VN? No. Slipping 40 here, maybe a little bit more damaging. Definitely get a new low off of this if it fails. Momentum. Left a gap behind us at 41. There we go. Yeah, some of those 50 calls finally selling off. Support at 30, 25, 20 though. The allergy shots go well. Are they helping at all? I don't know if they actually do all that much. But getting them went fine. We still left a gap back here, so be careful. When and if this finds a low, it'll probably be bouncy. I'd kind of like to fill the gap and then drop more. There it goes. Almost got the 34 test, not quite. Maybe another leg down. Hmm. NQ got a lower low finally. For allergies, if you try a suppository, I have no idea if that's an actual treatment, but I'm real immature. It makes me laugh when I say that word. Nice. Is there a quant dot plot for this week? Just me. I gave a prediction end of week or for end of week, which is in Pickles Picks. Yeah, at the end. PAX 52-week high. Yeah, PAX is killing it. Haven't quite filled that gap yet. It's at 41.57. Retested the trend here, got rejected. Bull trap. Nice. And no gap fill. Pushing back down through 36. Vol still turning up. Yeah, still has some room to go down before we get back into the MM's expected move. What was the upside on that? 60, 19, 55. Got some bot puts, 40, 35, some down at 20. Short puts pulling back at 59.95, 6,000. Getting back to 6K would be wild. Still no Trump meeting with Carney. That was supposed to be a fucking hour ago. Then the G7 session's supposed to start in 22 minutes. Trump said he wouldn't mind China joining the G7. Trump says throwing Russia out of the G7 was a mistake. Support at 35 is kind of waning. Multiple tests of it don't seem to be having very positive outcomes here. Still a gap up at 41.57 to the upside. But we did get a new low on SPX. Not ES, though. And not MQ. Exposure on 35 is dropping. Mm. Another test of the trend here. Gamma at 35 is negative now. Hmm. Slightly lower high. Still no gap fill. 1 second. Okay, so we filled the gap and then failed. Amazing. But left a gap back in the exact same fucking spot. Well, slightly lower, I guess. Shit. The almighty prophecy of the red shirt must be fulfilled. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's kind of interesting that the high for the day is quite a bit lower than the high for last week. Spot on with the delta dropping off on Friday and their new positioning opening up really above 5650. Yeah, yeah, there's a distinct lack of delta to the upside. I am still a little bit worried about charm into the end of the week. That's probably going to continue to be somewhat important. I'm ready for 6K. Okay. Noted. 660 410608. Huh. Figured this could fill some of the downside gap back to like 6,000. A lot of support at 6,000 though. So the thing I wanted to see this week was confidence of the bulls to short the event fall back down in advance of FOMC. Mm. They would have had that had shit not taken off with Iran and Israel. Now that it has, though, oil prices are such a big factor for CPI. Yeah, it's a lot less likely with elevated oil prices that the Fed's going to want to reduce policy moving forward. But we'll see what the dot plot says. I'm sure it'll be slightly more dovish. If it's not, woohoo boy. Nice, Danimal. You know the way you position that screen with the price at the very tippy top is the put buying signal? Is it? I just wanted to see what the gamma looked like to the downside. That's crazy. You're a weirdo, AJ. You think I adjust my charts in advance of the market move that I want to happen? Weird. Sometimes I switch the colors to the Japanese ones and rotate my monitor 180 degrees. That's why my chart's always way down at 5,400. I can't see any of the actual trading. 5,900, 5,920 did have support. A lot of it. I sold the fuck out of those puts on Friday. And then they can just spend the rest of this week backing off of all the puts that they sold on Friday when VIX was back above 20. As long as nothing happens. New low? Can we lose the Delta flip? Now 35 gamma's not getting more positive. You know? Did we leave another fucking gap? Yep. Yep, we did. Amazing. Now we have a gap to the upside at 37.11 and 41.06. We did get a lower low on NQ, but not EOS. Filling the gap immediately is kind of bearish. If we do fill it immediately. Unless we then push to fill both gaps. That would kind of suck. To fill the gap, standard 40. No, it's filled. There we go. When did you get comfortable eating in front of hundreds of bots? I don't know, it was like a year in. 6 months in or so. When he got hungry. Yeah. Missiles just went in the air. They're telling people to take cover. Are people here or people there? Very relevant. I need to know if I need to drive away from New York City or DC. Ron's not going to shoot the US with a nuke. Relax. Israel, maybe. I wonder if one of them nuked the other, if that would, like, finally be the end. After 2 millennia. Ooh, that's Nong Shim. Yeah, it is. Well, just like if they, like, nuked each other, you know? Same time. It's like little. Should the Israeli nuke be circumcised? Anyway, yeah, they just go like that. They nuke them. They nuke them. Over. World peace. You should run for president. I know. I'm overqualified, though. How would you deal with China as president? I would immediately unlock give China unfettered access to U.S. artificial intelligence chips, but in return, insist that they spent 20% of their GDP on them. Then I'd wait 10 years. I had to reset the CMOS to get Bluetooth working? You sure you just didn't have the wrong Bluetooth driver installed? Alright. No, I'd use the pump to pay off our deficits. And then wait for China to collapse. Much like every other politician in existence, not sure. Your puts aren't my problem. Yeah, my vote. Who would you have as your running mate? Um, I don't know. Dork or like a pork chop? Maybe both. Dork and a pork chop. Dork could use his infinite power as vice president to try to promote third party voting. Maybe then finally someone would listen to him. Pork chop's still more attractive than JD. Truer words. Well, I'd pick you both, Dork, because then the people wouldn't know. Like, if they assassinated me, if they were going to end up with you or a pork chop. Sorry, but you're way more likable than I am. I gotta be careful. Would you reach across the aisle and anoint Poopy and Bob to cabinet positions? Sure, I can put them in charge of FEMA. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that in an imaginary scenario where I run for president, I will receive 300 full votes. I might even get a Wikipedia page out of it. I already said my VP is going to be Dork and a pork chop. Don't be petty when it comes to the environment just because you have allergies. Hmm. Uh-oh. We only have 167 upvotes. Wait, really? 169. I can't even get 300 likes a day. I wouldn't count on getting 300 of us to physically vote for you. It's okay. If the viewership falls low enough, I'll just stop doing this. And then I'll be free. You left Pigeonville, Cobra. Don't even talk to me. Aren't you addicted to this? Trading? Yeah. But I could also just hang out with Nuke and Dork all day on Discord and trade. I have friends now. Yeah, I'd give you so many terrible ideas. Don't worry, I wouldn't listen to any of them. That's what we should do, guys. We'll just three-way trade, but we'll share each other. Like, we'll only watch the other person's screens. Cuck trading. I feel like I'd do better than that because I'd be so self-conscious of all my entries. Yeah, because I'll just be judging every position you take. Glorp, why the fuck are you buying calls here? I mean, I hope someone's buying calls here. We got a gap to fill. It's 2 cents wide. Well, that reminds me of Don's song. Hmm. There's still bot pets to the downside. Ooh, shit, Netanyahu to ABC. We don't rule out assassinating Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei. He did. Iranian air defense activated the Isfahan nuclear facilities against a hostile target. Iranian state media. Iran launches new wave of ballistic missiles towards Haifa, Israel. Do they only launch missiles at night because it looks cool? I don't know. USS Thomas Hunter missile destroyer contributes to Israel's defense against Iranian ballistic missiles. Israeli warplanes are heavily striking multiple targets in Isfahan. German foreign minister says Iran must make a credible waiver on any military use of nuclear technology to end the conflict. Even if wait, hold on. Even if Iran doesn't have an actual nuke, they can still make like just fuck tons of dirty bombs, right? Are you talking about the US's Beyblade missile? That's different. See if we get support on the Delta flip here. Still haven't filled that upside gap. I think we left another upside gap. Although we might fill it before the candle closes. I think they'd be selling the fuck out of puts here. They're really not. Well, if they do start dropping dirty bombs, that's really going to fuck up the Christian Zionists party. Yep, 20-year auction. No one's dropping dirty bombs. We're just discussing scenarios. Probably waiting till the auction is finalized. Yield before auction 4.942. $13 billion. Netanyahu has also said killing Iran's supreme leader would end the conflict. Would it? It would end one conflict. It would start several others. Ooh, there's some vol shorting. High yield at auction 4.942, so flat. Bid to cover 2.68. Hmm. Interesting. That's not a great auction outcome. Inverse head and shoulders forming on NQ on the 5-minute. Although a little weaker on the right side. I do still have the put side of my straddle. SLD, baby. And I got 3 days. Vol snapped right back after the auction. Bot puts to the downside. 60 30, 60 20. 6,000 and 59.95 puts closing. I don't see any calls going bot really. Wonder if they're gonna start selling the 35 put. Hmm. I don't want to lose 30 because I think speed picks up. Yeah. Ooh, look what happened to all the delta. New low on ES and SPX there. Just remember, if this does bounce, it gets squeezy. That negative delta to the upside can squeeze off. A little bit more room to move down to test like the support trend. Maybe like a 30 test. Pretty close. I don't see why bulls wouldn't try to squeeze off the puts that piled in here. Looks like they're selling the 60-10, 60-20 puts. There's bot puts at 30, bot puts at 45. Still no significant amounts of call buying anywhere, though. So still selling puts, no call buying yet. There's like a nice little wedge right here. See? Maybe to break out and fill the gap. I don't know if it'll go further than that. Yeah, speed is picking up to the downside. I'm also long right here. I don't think the auction was bad. Oh my god. Donald looking short at this meeting. Hold on. We've got... Nope. Never mind. Picture of a rock. It's the G7 conference. No, no, not IROC. A-Rock. I'm not getting any sound out of this. Is this not live? You can't hear it because there's no sound. Okay. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Why is that listed as live? Alright, at least this one's still just the rock. Israel is currently in the process of taking out Iran's missile production factories. What, the big Canadian rock? I feel like it's fine. Left another upside gap at 31. It's 31 and 41. Really tiny, but it's right there. Hmm. 26 counterparties take 140 billion at repo. Hmm. That's Wind Mountain, not just some rock. Looks like a rock. Hmm. Huh. What are your geographical landmarks? You could do it, Bulls. It's only the start of World War III. What's wrong? Sell some puts. Yep. Upside breakout from consolidation. Resistance at 38.59 and then like 42.60. The overnight gap to the downside? Mm, it's not irrelevant, but positioning protects it. Potato Town, we are in the trenches. This is so fucking boring. I will wait for call buying. That's probably not a terrible idea. Although, if they do start buying calls, they're probably going to buy them pretty rapidly. 60.55 put spot, 60.45 put spot, and then calls at the 45 and 50 sold pretty heavily. So you might be able to push up and test 45. I don't know if we can get above that. How's that delta looking? Yeah. 50 is going to be a big old brick wall. I never thought the potential for the start of World War III would be so boring. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure if you don't trade options, it's very exciting. Yeah, I made note of that a couple times over the last few weeks in the Pickles picks. The Fed has been buying a little bit more than they should be. Still not buying in excess of their, technically not buying in excess of their QT, but close. And in the middle of the month, yeah, it's kind of starting to creep up. I don't expect QT will last too much longer, especially if the debt ceiling raise gets approved. The Fed will have to switch over to QE. Did Nostradamus predict when World War III would start? I'm sure you can find a way to say he did. So basically, there's zero reasons to ever buy a pit again. That's not how that works. So what happens if Israel or Iran start tossing nukes or dirties? Oh, I mean, I don't think Israel would use dirty bombs. They'd probably just use U.S. nukes. I don't know how much, like, if they have U.S. nukes, I don't know how much discretion they have to use them. Does New York have any bomb shelters? I have one in the basement of my building. Because they'd be playing like an upside breakout into, well, out of negative delta. So I mean, if we push up any higher than this, we'll start to like push the cover bid and squeeze the out the money short positions, which means those would close probably pretty rapidly. And if those close rapidly, then the call buyers will need to jump on immediately as those options get bid up. Do you know how many fucking nukes you'd have to launch to hit Montana? Like all of Montana?
Because a bunch of our like intercontinental ballistic missile silos are in Colorado and Montana. Not that it fucking matters, because we have nuclear submarines all over the planet. If one nuclear weapon hit anywhere in the United States, whatever country shot that weapon would be wiped off the fucking face of the planet in like 15 minutes. Remember when I was telling you guys we were going to fill that gap? We did it. So I don't know what happens here. The gap's filled now. So rejection here would be another lower high. So if we go back and look at I was showing you guys on here. So we got the breakout, we filled the gap. We're still at a lower high though. So bulls either need to continue to leverage up here in order to push up through the last of the negative delta, or this fails and we jump back to 30. I don't know where the confirm for that would be. I guess like 38.50. Breakout above 42.60. Why can't I get a fucking feed of the G7 summit? Is this because of Canada? Because of their state media? Here's the 42 test. Man, the bots on these YouTube videos just go wild. Why don't I have this many bots? Me too. The Associated Press has like 9,000 bots on their live stream. Jiffer says there's no more bips. I have bips. You have to fight Dork naked for them, but Deal dibs. I feel like it's not a great thing that there's profit taking here. Ooh, but we didn't leave a gap at 41 again. Interesting. Still bought puts at 45. Sold puts at 40. Sold calls at 35. Downside support looks like it's going to be like 25.20 and 10.05. Oh, awesome. Yes, got rejected on the test at 6,100. A little bit. Hard to tell if it's going to consolidate or fail. So usually the secondary channels like Fox 29 and CNBC 18 and all of those are playing like reruns of prior streaming broadcasts. That's the P&L. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Hmm. Bought puts 40, 35. Sold puts at 30. So there's at least some positioning to get back and retest like 30 or 32. If the stock's just had really good news and like it's blown through Gamma Max and you're getting a lot of like new strikes opened on the chain, then that could be a time to wait on selling covered calls above those levels. But outside of that kind of really specific scenario, um, it tends to be a pretty good time, especially if you have some theta. Because mean reversion back to those levels where peak positioning was present prior is also really common, even if it does continue to push up harder. Butterfly at 35.20 wide. Give me a second. I'd have to look at that. Slipped 38.59 here. Hmm. Oh my god, this is taking fucking forever. I think if this acts as support here, bullish. Unfortunately, probably not super bullish, but maybe we get the retest at like 44. Oh, interesting. Um, I don't hate that. I kind of hate that you zero out at 20, but ooh, rejected. That's nasty. Does it matter? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, as far as your risk goes, yeah, it's super tiny. That part's nice. NQ looks quite a bit more bullish. Back up to positive delta. Hmm. IV still gaining though. Hmm. There's the retest at 32. Left a gap to the upside. 33. You could probably open a. Well, I don't know. Given where your positioning is, it's gonna be hard for you to smooth that downside out. Selling puts at 25 is dangerous. If the bulls let it slip that far, it could just get stuck there for the rest of the day. I really don't think they want to lose 30. Don't forget that 60-31's like a significant technical level on the monthly. Hmm. Retesting the low of the day. New low on ES. Still not on NQ. NQ's still holding up. Gamma's negative. This does start to open a bit of a retested, I guess test at 20. Did we test 20 earlier on the way up? Not really. Well, yeah, I guess we got support there right after open. This 28 level is also a retest of the trend from earlier that we broke out of. That like wedge. This is a retest of it down here. We left a gap at 33 there. Kind of a wide one. Almost a perfect bounce on that trend. Still have the gap right here. 33. A little bit of put selling coming in, but still no call buying. We might, however, get some profit taking on the bot puts that came in on the last high, which kind of bottom out around 60-30. So 60-30, 35-40, and 45 bot puts. Could take some profits here. Yeah. Fuck, this is so dull. All the trading's going on within like 3 strikes of spot, which is really annoying. That's why all of our drops keep like petering out after like a couple minutes. Same for the bounces. Probably Wednesday, Friday are gonna be the most interesting days. The rest of the week I expect to be pretty fucking dull. FOMC has a chance to shock the market depending on how dovish the governors are on their dot plot. Thursday should be pretty flat. No shit. Thursday's also weird because the fucking like we're getting FOMC and then immediately getting a holiday. Last time they cut rates, yields at the top end rocketed. I don't know if they're going to take that same chance, especially with oil up right now. Tricky. Remember, everything above $68 a barrel is inflationary. Or 67 right now. I can see the Fed projecting a more dovish stance and then just not committing to it. I mean, that's what they always do. They're like, oh yeah, we're not going to cut right now, but we'll totally cut later, right? And then they also don't cut later. And filled the gap. Delta flip test is kind of important. Hmm. Hypothetically, what would happen if they did cut rates? Cost to carry goes up on the long end. The offset short on short paper gets squeezed a bit. How much damage that'll do depends. If the Fed projects to cut or does cut, and then Japan follows suit and also cuts, it could be devastating. Or Japan raises, rather. Fed cuts. Yeah, hikes. So enough Gex decks and positioning for another test of 45. Sure, yeah. Gotta get over that hump at 35, but yes. It'll require some bot put capitulation, though. So far hasn't really happened. There's quite a lot of bot puts at 60-30 right now. What's your honest take on this pump no matter what mentality that's currently gripping the market? What would be the catalyst for it to not be feasible anymore? Seems nigh unstoppable. I think a lot of it's just based on the fact that gamma is so fucking positive. And also, besides the huge amounts of positive gamma, we have a ton of charm decay pushing the market up into the end of this week from all the in the money bot calls. So I think bulls will continue to lever up as long as they can maintain that supportive like flow. Once that's gone, I'm not really sure that they're gonna continue to do this. And I think we're like well overdue for at least a small correction, maybe like next week or in like maybe starting in the back half of this week. But I can see like next week into the end of the month being pretty bearish. But mechanically, right now, it would take a huge shock to break all of this down. Like, we would need to dump 2-3% in order to actually, like, destabilize the supportive positioning. And geopolitical shits generally, like, it causes abrupt sell offs, but they don't tend to be persistent. Like, they don't last very long. They don't care what will happen. They want to refinance US debt at a cheaper rate. Nuclear war, man. Interest rate changes 25 bips. Global meltdown. Well, there is no nuclear war. I mean, technically, neither side has nuclear weapons that we're aware of. But yeah, changing the path of Fed policy is it's probably still more significant economically. At least in the short term, because things actually have to be repriced. How do you price in the potential for nuclear war? Oil's already up. Yeah, credit contraction would help. Tighter spreads. Say you believed in ETFs. I don't I don't I don't not believe in them. I just don't like putting my money in them for extended periods of time. Are there any of the major main tingle in a good way? I'd like to get some industrials exposure. Um, maybe once I feel like a solid market bottom is in. But again, like when I do that, I'm probably just gonna pick individual stocks. The performance is so much better. We have to think that in this day and age, no one would be crazy enough to launch a nuke. Yeah, I don't think anybody would. No, I still have some theta on end phase. And Friday's pump didn't close the gap. These fucking bot puts at 30 aren't going anywhere. Here's a 30 test. Still a chance at getting a higher low here. Hmm. More bullish consolidation. Forming another wedge. Why did you say that in front of my bearish butterfly? Just trying to give people some insight into which way this is going to continue to chop. You think I could still get to 50? Maybe. There's definitely positioning there for it. It's kind of dependent on Chinese trade deals, but yeah. Don't need data, just vibes. Just vibe trading. I need a stream card for that. Well, maybe I already have one. Hmm. It broke up above the consolidation. Watch for regaining support at 32. Push up a little bit higher here might start to cause the short or the long puts to capitulate. Mm. I want to say back above the delta flip they would. Which means you could squeeze some of this negative delta to the upside out to like 45 or 50. Bears are piling in like awfully hard on what is still a very bullish environment. Holy shit, this is boring. Hmm. It's a bear. It's not. Iran intercepts drones targeting the South Pars gas field. Ooh, shit. Well, if that gets hit, oil's gonna bounce right back. Oh, those 60/40s are cheap now. Mm-hmm. Mm. Triple bottom. Yeah. We're still a bit above the market makers like expected move for the day. Although I guess we're sort of in line with the monthly, like the expected move on the monthly contract. Slipped. Still no capitulation in the bot puts. But sold puts at 25 and 20 are still supportive. And the mustard line for vibes. So I can spend the rest of the day telling you it does nothing. That's my favorite part. How much room AMD to the upside? Mm, right now? 126. It's getting pretty close to Gamma Max, but I don't know. Like, maybe like 130? Bit slim on Delta. But I would say like 130 to 134, potentially. Mm. Huh. Real move or liquidity grab? Hard to say. Hmm. Well, all the bot puts are now in the money. Left a gap at 28 to the upside. That's the only upside gap right now, I think. I feel like at some point this like slow fucking bleed to the downside needs to break. One failed consolidation into another. 20 support down here, so maybe we could slip like the 25 level. But this isn't true. Well, almost. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Sure. A little below it, though. It's trend support on ES, which is probably more important. Yeah. Hey, there it is. What is mustard? Nothing. It's just a meaningless fucking indicator. It oscillates up and down. It doesn't tell you anything, though. Still no put capitulation at like 30 and 35. But we are getting some bot calls to the upside. And bot calls here at 30, still puts at 20 and 6,000. No, 59.95.
32 test.
Now some of those are capitulating. Left a little gap at the gamma flip. So might pull back there, and then if we find support again at like 30, between 30 and 28, I would say maybe another leg to the upside. Hmm. Gap filled to the downside. We can still test like 28 here. And then see if we get support. Ooh, pretty strong bounce. Neckline right there. 28. Left a gap at 30 to the upside. What does the relish line tell us? That's the important one. What relish line? It doesn't tell us anything. It tells you what happened to price 15 minutes ago. We have a Thunder 86 Lego profit goal on screen. No. What are those long puts doing? Fucking nothing. Sitting there. Left a gap at 30. I don't think chances of another leg up are vanishing. I do think put buying's picking up, though. Keep getting lower lows. One second. Oh, look, another bounce. How exciting. Is this going to be the one to shake off puts? Gap at 30. God, volume sucks so much. Till 6K end of day this morning. I'm still in the run. Nice. Rejected, but not back to... Not all the way back down. What's ES looking like? Still shitty. Yeah, NQ is just not selling off as hard. It seems to be the story for most of the day. Breakout above trend here. Nothing pushing the puts to close. I'm never going up again. Green candles no longer exist. That's, I guess that's one way to look at it. Yeah, AMD's doing great. The fuck are those candles? It's, it's a lot of positive gamma and a lot of bot puts. Is it all just carryover from being better than NVIDIA? I assume so. There's still a gap at 30. It's 320 right now. Not a hell of a lot to squeeze off to the upside. Ooh, nice. Well, that's a hell of a bounce back to fill the gap. Huh. Bot calls at 30 on that. Well, they bought the 30 call. We don't know if they're going to buy more than that. This is definitely still resistance. What could we reverse up to? Nice LSD. Let's do 41. We love 41. Everyone loves 41. 32 and 58 are upside resistance. $38. Trying to get some bot calls out at 40. No, those are my calls, unfortunately. Are there any short puts to squeeze? There's some short puts at 35 and 40. Not a ton of them. I think more importantly, squeezing the long puts at 30 would be significant. Far more significant than squeezing the short puts to the upside. Yeah, getting over 30, big deal. Big hump. Oh, right back to 25. Some bot puts coming in at 20. 20, 25, 30. So rolling down a little bit. But now there's quite a lot of bot calls at 30 as well. I think they might actually outnumber the puts. Weird fucking consolidation today. Very measured and controlled drop off. We're almost back to the upside, like the MM's upside expected move for the day. Pretty close, like $6 off. We're closing at whatever price OG Rules loses the most money. How dare you? Fun stream today. Has it been? This is like the worst fucking price action ever. Yeah, I guess we had fun. Everywhere else I make money. Yeah, so we close at 60-20 or 60-42. It's not about making money, it's about the fun we had along the way. Wait, reverse that. I don't even want a lot. I just want us to test 40, fail, and then close at 60-31, or slightly above 60-31. That way we can grind up slightly higher tomorrow before FOMC and after retail sales. And then we could ping off the double top into the FOMC meeting and dump. And dump all the way until the end of the month. And then on the last day of the end of the month, regain everything we dumped in 30 minutes. Okay, you get again. Is that a /S? /serious? I don't know. I hate that that isn't out of the question. Do you think oil's gonna stabilize? Yeah, above $70 a barrel. Israel's just going ham blowing up Iranian oil infrastructure. They're not gonna stop. Have you guys ever seen what happens when people ask Israel to stop doing things? They're like, yeah, sure, we'll stop. And then they just like go and do it again. They're like, whoopsie. Have they reset Iran's oil shipping port yet? No, but they were targeting the Pars gas fields. I think the biggest risk is they start going after, or like Iran's oil reserves. Man, if there was a MOASS button and it worked, I'd just press that thing every day. Just over and over and over until I had an aneurysm. China's not just watching. They said, please don't do that. That's where we get our oil. You need to wait for the refractory period. How's your DVN doing, JC? I'm not even long CL. I was long CL for one night. If it gets back under 70, I'll put another buy order at 70 again. One more big geopolitical shakedown, and CL will be my like number one profit earner for the year. Which timing? It's okay. Trump's trying to squeeze Xi into the G7. No, not Colgate. I saw that video. You think it's real? It sounds like something Trump would say. You tried shaming me for the Pinocchio reference while you're talking about the state of Israel. Huh. Interesting. Is Pinocchio Jewish? Hmm. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I think maybe inferring that it is the anti-Semitic thing. Aren't puppets like not allowed? Let's say ding ding. We have 15 minutes to go. I think there's a lot of contradictions there. Pretty sure Pinocchio is just Italian. I wonder if we'll ever break out above 32. There are a lot of bot calls at 30. They're selling some puts at 35.40 right now. So that's kind of neat. Thirteen minutes left. Mia Noza, it's a bigga. God damn it, Nuke. I'm Italian. We don't know who Pinocchio's mom is. But hold on. In the Talmud, Jewish people are allowed to lie to, like, Gentiles. So there would be no punishment for Pinocchio if he were Jewish for lying to people. Or, well, like the Italians. Unless they're also supposed to be Jewish. Maybe it's like the Jonah thing. Maybe that's where the confusion is. No, not the Jonas Brothers. Jonah, the guy with the fucking whale. Uh, no, not Jonah Hill. Also not Ahab. Older. This is the 32 test. Squeezy time? Uh... Ooh, spicy. Damn, someone bought a shitload of puts at fucking 60-30. But now someone's buying a shitload of calls at 30? What the fuck is going on here? Are we just... We're just trying to close above, like, technical resistance? We left a gap at 31. No, we know there's a BOJ meeting tonight. Canadian and US officials agree to meet later this week. Iran launches another missile strike at Israel. I mean, the put buyers, I don't know. Like, I expected that, like, any rally up into, like, the 60-50 range would get cut short, but this range should be pretty supportive. And I mean, I guess it has been. Just doesn't feel like it is. I wonder what price charm is positive at 60-30. Ah, so like no effect of charm, like no effect of charm, delta, or gamma at spot here. they're all just they're all just doing nothing. As delta's a little negative. Charm and gamma are flat. Hmm. So whoever can get the first strike out of the money, winner. Mustard's not doing anything. It doesn't tell you anything. Fucking useless indicator. Oop, gap up. Five minutes left. Hmm. 3 minutes left. Still a shitload of bot calls at 60-30. Hmm. Thirty seconds left. Dig dig. What a strange end of day. Well, let's check my end of day performance on the chop. Not that great today. Although it's really hard to get high win rates with this little money. You have to have stops. But 36 trades, 77.78. Getting there. I need to get it up over like 2K and then I can start doing some fun stuff. You doing the small account again? Yeah, it's the same one. I just haven't been able to get it over 500. Anyway, closing out today a little bit above the market maker's expected move. Although we did dip down and kind of test the top of it, we ended up closing out just above what is the technical level out on the monthly at 60.31. I think with some stability here, we can probably move up into tomorrow. But I'd like to see us maybe open lower, like open around 6, and then see if we get some sold puts there. I think the upside getting a little bit exhausted might mean that we get a pullback, maybe like the 60.56 level in the overnight. I need to update this, I think, because it's not like back adjusted. Yeah. Because they rolled the contract with quad witching on Friday. Dixie kind of turning back up into the end of the day, but alongside that, a big push up in yields at the top end of the curve after a fairly flat 20-year auction. We got the 10-year back around 4.45, 20-year getting pretty close to 5 again, and same with the 30. Not too much movement in the belly of the curve, and the front end seems to be down. Correlation dropped into the early part of the day, and then a little bit here into close and into the overnight session, which seems like another push higher. Maybe on some end of day news. OpenAI is going after Microsoft for anti-competitive behavior. Weird. Commodities up again today. Gold retreating as the dollar rose up into the end of the day, and oil down about 236 points, but still holding above $70 a barrel. Manufacturing. Yeah, materials, agriculture, and industrial metals all look like they moved a little bit higher today. Leverage on the carry trade pushing up from Friday's low, right around 8.2 back to about 8.6. Forward yield on volatility is staying fairly elevated though, which is kind of interesting. It might be an indication that we're starting to see some of the short vol positioning close prior to OPEX. This would be a good time for them to get out of some of those positions with SLD starting on Wednesday, especially because I think the SLD window is inherently shortened by the holiday on Thursday. So we might see an accelerated pace of de-risking going into the OPEX expiration, possibly following it as well. Bond volatility picked up a little bit Friday, probably again today, slightly. Still well under 100 though. Skew moved up really hard Friday. This should have been a fairly good indicator that we were going to bounce in the overnight session. Bulls sold the fuck out of the puts on the downside move on Friday and the spike in volatility. However, they don't seem to be willing to sell a lot of puts up here at 60.30, which is one of the reasons that we couldn't really hold any of the more important levels today. Breadth falling off on the 20, 50, and 200-day time frames. Some of this will have snapped back today, but I'm not sure how hard. So we'll keep an eye on that tomorrow. Should be kind of interesting to see which sectors are driving a lot of this, and we'll check something else too. But and then correlation between VIX, cash VIX falling off really sharply today. I think correlation's getting far enough apart here that we're likely to see like some reflexive activity in long vol over the next week and a half. So keep an eye on that, especially after the VIX-piration. We might start to see vol climb back up a little bit. Fed fund futures trimming back expected cuts a bit. The cut for September effectively still priced out. I remember this is largely on the move up in oil, not any data we've gotten so far. Retail sales tomorrow could probably swing this right back the other way. But we got just under 2 cuts priced in for January of 2026 and just over 3 cuts priced in for June of 26. Bear steepener picked up about 5% today. And then if we go out here and look, I think breadth was pretty decent across the board. Health technology and utilities and health services falling a bit behind. Energy not doing so hot despite the move up in oil. But producer manufacturing killing it, finance, retail trade, NVIDIA, or electronic technology, not just NVIDIA, and tech services all doing pretty well today with the exception of Oracle. Oracle seems like kind of a standout there. Over on the NASDAQ, pretty much everything doing pretty well. And then Dow, yeah, it looks like a rotation out of defensive into risk on again. So I would say we probably keep pushing up into the midweek, especially if that continues. We do have a lower high today on the technical side of things. We caught a bounce on off of Friday's low, but the upside today got stopped out a little short of where we would expect, but still managed to close above the 60.31 level. So I think ultimately we'll probably see bulls try to push for a new high, like a new local high. But I think if they get it, it's not going to last. This consolidation out from where we actually found some buyers back at 57.73 has been rough, and so I think if bulls are able to get another local high, we're probably gonna just pick up more sellers. Whoever's still hanging on will probably dump. I mean, possibly ahead of the FOMC meeting. If there's a lot of risk perceived in that event, we could see some macro funds deleverage there. Possibly a bit of movement in bonds too. Lastly, we have a Japanese Bank of Japan rate decision tonight, I believe, at what time is it? It's at 11 o'clock tonight. They're forecasted to raise or keep rates flat right now at 0.5. However, the Prime Minister has shifted lanes over the last month or so since the initiation of the tariffs. And the Bank of Japan has taken several steps to reduce FX volatility to no avail. And now with political support from the parliament and a more united front in the parliament, it is possible that the pressure on the BOJ will be towards a hike. I will say that generally the BOJ issues some kind of warning that they're going to hike in advance. Usually we see, Nikkei News pick that up or something, and they'll make a statement that they are considering hikes, and they haven't done that. But that would also mean that if they did hike, it would be kind of a shock. And given the situation with their long dated bonds that we've seen over the last month or so, with those moving up to like 2.5-3% almost on the 40-year, a raise there could see a significant spike in yen, very similar to what we saw last year, around August in 2024. No, not like Pearl Harbor. Jesus Christ. Anyway, thank you guys all for tuning in. Keep an eye out for that tonight, and obviously an eye on the Israel-Iran situation, as that does currently present a lot of market risk. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Later.